Okay, you probably noticed I have the background music on right now. And so I'm going to be kind of talking as much as I can while the background music is going on. Helps to layer over it enough that it's not as recognizable to YouTube Content ID because it's copyright. Anyway, it kind of makes sense, right? Like you can't extract it if it's not, if I corrupt it enough. I'm not using it if I'm talking over it. Because I don't really have it in here for the purposes of showing you this. The purpose is, where I have, is because this. And I'm back. So I just wanted to get that into one of the recordings. Because unlike with the original PC ports for the Infinity series, whoops, wrong controls. Where they didn't include the background music with the intro music, so you could turn the background music all the way off, and the intro music would still play. There we go, got rid of the background music. And this, for some reason, in the Switch port, it's not like that. So when the intro triggered at the appropriate time for it to trigger, in game, we got to the part of the story where it would like do the trigger. It didn't have any music in it in my recording because it was lumped in with the background music. But the intro also doesn't just play at that point in the game; it also plays on a timer from the start menu. Not the menu. So not this menu, but the menu that's like one level higher, right? This menu, so to speak. So you could get it that way if you miss it in the game. Now, I don't know if it's the exact same intro as the PC port, like the original. So take, for example, the Infinity series. The intro music and animation for the PC version of Ever 17, for example, that's what I remember, and the PSP are not the same. And in my opinion, the PC one is better. It could be that various ports of Memories Off also didn't have the same intros, and if that were to be the case, I wouldn't know which one they would have brought forward into this Switch port. I would guess it's the Dreamcast one because we have Pure in this, but I don't know if the Dreamcast is the same as the PC or whatever. That's one of the historical intros. It may not be the favorite. I don't know. Something to pay attention to in the intro is the order of the girls, just because if you recall, Never 7 and Ever 17's intros, I guess the one I really remember very specifically is Ever 17, where they give each girl a title card. Coco is last and by a lot. Like they go through to Sora, I think. Which one's first, Sora or Tsugumi? Or you? I think actually Yu's first. I don't remember. It's one of those. Sora is one of the later ones. But they go through Sora, Yu, Sara, and Tsugumi. And there's like this, some stuff. They go through the song a little bit. And then eventually they do Coco's card. Right? So the person whose card is last, kind of means something. And it's notable that it's Ayaka. Now, it's not delay. There's no delay like with Coco. So maybe she's not as significantly last as Coco was, but she is last. For some reason, the reason why I'm kind of like looking around looking for a pin because I forgot. Oh, I still have my pen. Okay. I misplaced my pen. My pen's important. I don't want to hold it in my hand while I'm talking because I accidentally click it like a nervous tick. So it's like trying to guess who the main girl is. Ayaka would be a good guess. I remember Yue was first, then Kaoru, which kind of makes sense because Yue is the one you're presented to, the girl you meet first, in a capacity in which you can actually make decisions that affect her disposition, right? So you meet Ayaka very, very first, technically, but you don't have any, you can't make decisions that, are pro or anti her. And she disappears very quickly after that. And you basically end up spending a lot of time with Yue. So she's not, so Yue is really the first girl, as I said in the previous episode. Then it goes to Kaoru, who is the second girl you can interact with and have plus or minuses with. So that makes sense. Then it goes to Shion, which is interesting. That's probably who we're going to spend a lot of time with next, who's going to be introduced as the next candidate, Shion. Now, I forgot the order of Koyomi and Minaro. I believe I think it's Minaro first and Koyomi, but I forget the order. I don't remember it correctly, so I got that wrong. Ayaka is last. So that gives me a hint about the order in which they're going to be introduced kind of for real. Another thing, so about the schedule. So this is part 4, I think. Maybe part 3, actually. Might actually be part 3. Part 1 contains a lot of stuff I'm going to splice together, so complicating the files. With this, I originally planned to have this something I upload as I go along. It's not like something where I make a whole bunch of them and put them in a vault and then eventually upload them on some schedule and release them contrivedly. Because I've done both. But I don't want to actually post these until an event happens. Which the soonest it could happen, probably won't happen this early, is January 8th. It could be later, though. And so I'm kind of not going to post any until January 8th. So the first 5 or 6 maybe recordings are going to be built up before the first one is released. And I know I'm not saying this in the first one, but if people put comments on these earlier episodes, I'm not going to see them until all the way to part 6 or something. So it's mostly going to be I'm going to publish them as I go. But there will be some, occasional, there'll be an exception to the first part of this. Now I should have paused the recording while I'm doing this, but I'm going to try to talk while I messing with the source on my left monitor because I actually got the File Explorer trapped over there. Let me try to untrap the File Explorer here. Okay. Now let's switch my left monitor back from my computer to my Switch. Now, I mentioned this, I probably back in the Never 7 days, but I'm going to mention it again here. My boss once said, describing Spaceballs, if you ever heard the movie Spaceballs, then of course Spaceballs is a spoof on the original Star Wars trilogy. Mostly on the first one, A New Hope, but it kind of spoofs on all 3 in ways. Mostly spoofing on A New Hope. And he said something like, so if you watch the original Star Wars for the first time after you've watched Spaceballs, you go, oh, this is Spaceballs. That's exactly what happened to me, actually. I ended up watching Spaceballs on a bus full of high school students on this multi-day field trip, band trip thing for my band, and was when I was a freshman in high school. It was kind of a logistical disaster. It was to Washington, D.C. to play in a festival, which is what they call a band competition. I don't know why they call it a festival. It's a competition in D.C. And the bus had the ability to play movies. And so what the kids decide on watching in the bus was the original trilogy for Spider-Man. So the original Spider-Man trilogy and Spaceballs. And so I've seen the original Spider-Man trilogy and Spaceballs. Then later, when on that, and probably the same year, I was still a freshman in high school, I know, because my dad was living in a different place and stuff. There's some life events that bookmark when what part of my life my life this was. My mom rented the original Star Wars trilogy from the library, and we watched it on a cathode ray tube TV, which I fortunately don't have anymore. It didn't stop working. We just decided to recycle it because my parents got a new TV. Which, you might go, well, that old TV was really old. Yes, but once it gets so old, it starts to get cool. And so it starts to become a shame when you buy a new one. And I'd already seen Spaceballs. So the experience was it's Spaceballs, but it expects me to take it seriously. It's Spaceballs without the jokes, and you expected to take it seriously. So this genre of visual novel that Memories Off is, right, this kind of romance novel thing, is like that. It's been spoofed to oblivion. There's so many spoofs of this kind of thing. And as far as I'm aware, I mean, probably by the time Memory's Off, it's probably spoofing on itself. It kind of makes fun of itself a little bit, right? Like, this guy is childhood friends with every single girl in the universe, somehow. But I'm going to continue. Whoops. Come on. Is this right? Correct. Okay. But it takes itself, it's supposed to be take itself seriously. And of course I've played a couple parodies of this. So there is some of that Spaceballs effect where it's I'm supposed to take this seriously perhaps, but I'm not trained in taking this kind of thing seriously. Okay. Let's do Google Translate plugging as usual. Make this window larger. I'm also going to put it lower on my screen. Okay. So UA smiles. I think it's about time the anger has subsided. So she was mad at us for apparently not listening to her at the start of the day, and we're kind of railroaded into that. There wasn't really a choice you could do to prevent that directly, although it might have been a compounding of a bunch of earlier choices, because I have not been making very pro-UA choices throughout this thing. Now, so I'm going to try to jot down these couple kanji here, which is going to take some time, but I want to get the kanji for UA's name cataloged. I have to guess the stroke order from patterns I know for kanji. So it's two kind of guns shooting to the right, and then that thing. Okay. I suppose. Something like that. I headed straight for the entrance. I mean, I see the mouth there. Yeah, you don't have to translate that. Soko ni UA was there. Okay, so Soko is there. Okay, so I should be able to remember. So I remember Soko, but I have a hard time. So, but for some reason I didn't. But ni is like the place. There's also day. Ni and day can be interchangeable sometimes. That's confusing. But you can use ni for to be at a place, right? So it's okay. Soko ni, and there's a wa particle. There's a ni particle followed by a wa particle. That is confusing. Then we have UA's name, which is not on the screen anymore, but you can see it in the translation window thing. So those two kanji, gaita, which I don't know how to non-moss sentence ending, so that is weird to me. But I haven't gotten far enough in my Japanese studying to understand like sentences that end in other things besides desenmasu. Excuse me while I do this in OBS. Okay. Okay, starts off with katakana, kushi, and an O, which means that's the object. Something to do with the exit, something to do with up. Sone starts the second sentence, which is, sone is like that, like a pronoun, right? That is, the object is a that. Then I can't really read any of the rest of the sentence, so it doesn't matter. I take off my shoes. Taking off my indoor shoes for clarification. And then throw them into the shoe rack. Oh, she. So this is probably UA. Takes off her indoor shoes and then throws them into the shoe rack with great force. That's not good. It seems like she is still angry. Okay, UA's name starts it. That's all I can read. Oh, but also we have Sika Sika, which is my medic. UA walks toward the school gate in a suka kind of manner. My medic words. Remember, I have to paste this in. Oh, it's like just today I learned that kanji from the previous line. That kanji that makes up ikimasu, which is to go, right? So I didn't immediately recognize it there. So this one, I presume it ends with, although I was a little scared, I started running after her. Okay. Oh, new background, I suppose. Only briefly, though. Oh, this would be Yume, right? Oh, hey, Yume. I don't know why the smile is there. It's not in there. Yume. I try my best to remain calm. I'm going to call out to Yue. I should be do a better job paying attention to this text. So we have Do. That might mean like how is she? I wonder how she is or whatever. I wonder what happened. Choices. So the first one is say something. Go nain. or gonin. Whatever. I'll just Google Translate. My katakana is still not. My katakana is actually worse than my hiragana now. Apologize, saying sorry, it was my fault. There's a possessive in the middle of this. That's all I can see. Or I gotta paste it. I just keep forgetting to paste it. Something else to do with apologizing though, because it's got the same kanji. It's stupid to apologize. Oh, it has something to do with apologizing. No, we want to be nice, right? Now, probably give me this stupid hint thing. Some of you might have, if anybody does comment on these things, I have really low comment volume, probably that would be a thing people would comment about. I haven't seen those comments yet because I haven't posted anything parts 1 and 2, so I wouldn't have seen it, but I'm pretty sure it's going to give me hints here, and it's going to say the choice I'm going to make, the top choice is a pro-UA choice, the bottom was an anti-UA choice. That would be correct. I can't help it. That shuganai, that can't be helped. I have to remember it somehow. Do I sincerely apologize? And then you say something, don't you, Protag? Didn't translate. Or didn't capture. Come on. Oh. Come on! That's weird. Does he say that, though? Waragatamo. Tayo. Ramagatayo. It's like, that's weird. Okay, UA, stone face. UA just kind of ignores you. So, something like, what is an object here, right? So you're asking what did something do? Like, to what did something do? The unknown is the object. You can see my cursor in the upper right box. This kanji is I always see it in the context of someone's name, like what you call somebody, and it's pronounced E in that context. So something to do with calling or naming, and the object is unknown. That's all I can tell. Whoops. But I can still paste. I had to make the box line by accident, but I can still paste it in, so I still get the Google Translate. Yeah. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. But in his head, like, what am I talking about? For some reason, I already automatically stuck that into the Google Translate. But it starts off with Coco, which is here. Here is the topic of the sentence. This kanji here means talking. This means object, so that talking is the object. And I don't know what any of the rest of it means. Well, this kanji here has to do with going. And that's about it. Okay. Google Translate says, looks like I'll have no choice but to take the story in a different direction and get away with it. Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with Cocoa, but... With that in mind, I started speaking casually, right? And this means speaking, so makes sense. Okay, grab. So, this again is that naming thing. This is day. This has a time particle in it, but it's not time in itself because there's two parts. This makes an object. So this ga or whatever this is the object. This means person. And I can't really put them together to make a sentence that means something. A sentence that actually means something, right? Google Translate says, now that I think about it, I got a special trick yesterday. What does that mean? I learned a trick. I don't recognize anything from that. Kunaiga? Don't know what that is. Kanaika? Do you want to know? You can say this isn't working either. So Yawari. Let's see. Do I recognize anything in that? Well, I recognize an object particle. I recognize a movement radical. It ends on a kanji, which is weird. As expected, it looks like I was being completely ignored. So tries as the next thing. So we have a katakana word in here. We have scoop. Scoop. I guess it's scoop. Let translate. So this means book. This is like location. This is probably a location particle of some sort. Against that kanji I've seen twice now, with part of it being time, but the whole thing isn't time. Another gao, which I don't know what that is. I always see book here. This, I believe, is the kanji that means to come. You make to make kimas, or to come. This again means object particle. Mo can be part of a word, so this doesn't necessarily mean it's like an and, a conjunction of like an also particle, but it could be. It also could be just part of a word that says te mo. Because like, what's the word that means very? Tatemo. It's part of that word very, right? It's not actually an also particle. So it can be a particle, but it can also be part of a word. The rest of it's just kind of crazy, unless there's a scoop. The word scoop is in there. It's really special. It's such a scoop. Yes, it's a scoop. Okay, Google Translate says, I know you can't see my Google Translate, but such a scoop that it wouldn't be strange to get paid for it. Okay. So you got the call, we've got the exit, we've got the talking, got more talking. Don't know what all of it means though, and aggregated together. Oh, I want to say that. It's already up to my throat. I want to talk. My nose is bleeding. Okay, so I want to talk. Talking. Talking, she talk. Interesting. Yue glances at me for a moment. Now, the first is this, right? This is something. That's all I really see in there. Starts with this as like a full pronoun, not as a demonstrative. Demonstrative pronoun is what you call it. It's not this. It's not a kone. It's a sone. Brain fart. That is a clear sign of interest. I should have said start with that. I messed up. Okay, soka. So that's a type of that. I see. You can't help it if you don't want to know. If you want to know. There's no point in forcing you to listen or something like that. What are you going to say? Like, you've hyped this thing up, but you have to have some sort of actual thing to deliver on, protagonist. If pushing doesn't work, try pulling. I mean, that makes sense. Well, it's a shame. I don't think I'll ever be able to see such an unprecedented special dish from Sake Pond Meat Forest again. Oh my goodness. So, it's Sake Pond Meat Forest. I went back to my never 7 days of pronouncing it sake. It's sake. It's a Japanese word. It's rice liquor. Just like mochi is like rice candy-ish. It depends on what kind of mochi it is. It's not always candy. So this is there's Sora right there. That's the sky. I don't know if that has to do with what that makes up, but whatever. I'm presumed that this is meat because it looks like it would mean meat.
本当にそんな凄まじいネタなの?
Hontoni happens so much in visual novels, but I forget. Really? Okay, so this Hontoni is just like, really? Is it really such a terrible story? Okay, so the first word is Sakoshi, which means a little bit. I can't read the rest of it, though. I can read Yui's name, too. It's got Skoshi, starts with Skoshi. What did I just do? I accidentally created a new OBS. I know OBS could do that. Okay. Somehow I didn't end up on my clipboard. Yusho gets on board looking a little embarrassed, or a skoshi embarrassed. So I guess this means embarrassed. I won't remember that. Okay, Soko, which means like that, or there. Okay. Her usual smile was back. Notice we chose to apologize, but somehow we didn't actually do it, so I don't know why the points would be the way they are, but okay. Seeing this, or you mean seeing that? I mean, it's Sone, right? It's not Kone. It's Sone. So it could also translate that seeing that, it would make sense. Okay, seeing that, I got motivated and started folding it up. Okay. Anyway, this here is probably to see. I say probably. I've seen what that means before, but then I've forgotten it. Now I lost the previous line. Can I hit the backlog? Backlog. There we go. No, it isn't a misread. It is indeed fold. I don't know what folding it up means, but anyway. And then the choice prompt is, of course. Now we have to choose a scoop, right? Okay, what's the top one? It's so amazing that it shortens your lifespan. Or it's amazing anyway. For some reason, I want to take the bland choice. I don't want to talk about lifespan shortening. However, that might be shortens your lifespan might be a distraction from the lack of the lameness of it. So I guess in the end, I changed my mind. I'm going to choose the top one. That one apparently didn't matter, according to the spoilers. The built-in spoilers. I can see the 50 years obviously in there because it's Roman. It's not Roman. Arabic numerals. You might be surprised that your lifespan may be shortened. You might be probably so, right? So surprised that your lifespan will be shortened by 50 years.
そんなの聞きたくないってば。
I don't want to hear that. Tsugumi might. Like, yeah, tell me it. I don't care. I see. If so, let me correct it. You might be so surprised that a 10 yen coin will shrink to a 50 yen coin. So I guess it's like nickels and dimes where the higher value coin is smaller.
意味わかんないよ。
50 yen though, isn't that like nothing? That's like not very much value. I don't understand what that means. Okay. I know that this kanji is sometimes used to mean minutes, but it wouldn't be in this context. Control Z. Gomotomo. What does that mean? Most importantly. Oh no, Google Translate is going to have a hard time with this. It's like all there's so much katakana in here. I have a feeling things are in katakana that like shouldn't be. I mean, let's try to see if it's all borrowed words. So this is to talk, right? So the first sentence is about talking. Then you have this, which means big. Pa ni ku, hard ku, pa ni kus, pe ku ka or ta, I don't remember. K ru ga ka. Okay, that's ka, so this might be ta. So, okay. By process of elimination. Panikusa pekatak rega and then hiragana, that breaks it up, right? That's ga in hiragana. Katakura. Pekatakura. Pani kusa pekatakura. That's something to do with kissing? Pani kus pekatakura. I don't know. Tas to ro hu. Tas derof. Oh, catastrophe. Catastrophe. Still don't know what that is. Okay, hyper. So that's like hyper, right? Sensei, but like written funny. Hyper sensei show. I forget what this one even is. It's like na or something. There's no way I'm going to be able to figure this out. Okay, let's see if Google Translate can figure it out. I might have a hard time because there might be things that are in katakana that shouldn't be. Anyway, it's a great story. Hyper sensational. Oh, okay. So it is na. It's like hyper sensei shonaru. Okay. That turns into a catastrophe of a panic spectacle. Okay, so... Oh, panic. Panic is panic. Sepekataka is spectacle. And catastrophe is gossip. I could get the syllables, but there's no way I could mad gabs it into what the actual English words that were being borrowed were.
ちなみにその技って実話だよね。
Okay, we've got top talking, we've got this whatever, that whatever. By the way, that fight is a true story, right? What fight? Isn't that natural? Have I ever lied to you once? This is gonna unravel quickly.
ある。
Okay, what does aru mean? That? There is. Oh. Itsu, which is win, right? I don't need to translate that with Google Translate. That means itsu means win.
昨日。
Kino means today, right? So I don't need to translate that. Today. Today? Oh, that's the first time I've seen the kanji for that, so that's helpful.
あの亀吉の話ってデタラメだったんでしょ？
The story about Kamekichi was a lie, right? Although Google translates... Wait a second. There's a katakana word in here. De-ta... Ra... Data-ra? Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Detara meta. Detarame. That might be where it comes from. Google Translate translates it to, that story about Kamekichi was bullshit, right? That's the, they come up with. Ooh, good. It's probably not a word, so I'm not going to bother with
しん
it.
くんが全部白状したよ。
Didn't Shin-kun completely confessed? Question mark. Okay. I messed up. Kino means yesterday. Kyo means today. I couldn't look it up in my textbook. So, okay. So even though I know words, I don't know words. At least I remember them correctly now. Kino is yesterday, Kyo is today, right? So we're talking about the sea turtles. That's what that, like, Yeah, we're talking about sea turtles. Go to the backlog. Yeah, that's what the Kane thing was. Kane Kimi, or whatever that word was that means sea turtles. I don't think it's such a big deal to call it a condition. Or confession or something. Oh, it's missing a kanji. Confession. Yeah, it's not such a big deal to call it a confession. Okay. Okay, so it starts phonetically, right? It's like Gatano ka, something like that. It's not like that, but it is though. Personally, I think it's an innocent play. Well, you, sir, are a pathological liar. So, you've probably done this so much in your life.
知らなかったの？
What? You didn't know? Or something like that? Didn't know what? That she confessed? Whoa. This is probably not a good translation for the context. But it basically says you really messed up. But that's probably not the good translation for the
なん
context.
だ、あんな作り話を信じちゃうなんて、トムちゃんも意外と単純だね。
It's probably supposed to be I really messed up. That's it, Tomo-chan. You must be surprisingly naive to believe such a made-up story. Don't you say it. So basically what he tried to say is, oh, I didn't know that Sheen was lying when he said he released the turtles. I didn't know Sheen's story was made up. To try to like keep it going, the turtles, the thing he said about the turtles was not made up. That's why this story is also true.
そっか。
And it's like, is that so? Or I see. Hashiko. I don't know what sort of weird colloquial pronoun that is, but doubts about me, or basically it's her, right? Her doubts about me have been completely wiped out. Then Yue said,
それはお得だね。
so that is something. We'll see what that is. That's a good deal. Okay. So, what are these? You raised your arm, or raised my arm. or so de dana. It's something like, that's right. What does raising your arm have anything to do with it? I want to choose the first one just to figure out what it means. Sure, okay. Get some ellipses.
Hoe?
Hoe, which probably doesn't translate to anything. Nav. Puh. Puh. You raised your arm, right?
Hoe?
What is hui? No, it's just hui. What's that? It's a great deal because it's a special deal. Continuing.
え？違うってば、違う。今のダジャレじゃないからね。
What's wrong? No. That's not a pun, isn't it? I wouldn't know. It's a pun. It would be a pun in Japanese. Oops. Game sliding to the right. Well, don't say that. I think it's a very quaint, old-fashioned, high-quality pun. I didn't get.
そうかな。
Wait, the old and old-fashioned is probably here. Is this kanji? I guess so. Sotomo, which I'm going to have in isolation here. Sotomo, I guess it translates just to yes for some reason.
本当に？
Hontoni, I always forget. Something to do with, like, what's up. Really? After it's really? Ah.
よかった。実はちょこっとばかり狙ってたりしたんだよね。
Good thing I was actually aiming for a little bit. Oh, what does that mean? Okay, I see Skosh. I see Yui's name. I see name. What to call? Yui smiles a little shyly as she says this. So, what were you talking about? Or what were we talking about?
でしょ？
This big deal, right? And he's gonna say, no, I was making stuff up. Oh, that's right. So I guess Sodata is like, that's right. That's the special trick, though. Or special, I don't know. The gossip. Nantogana. Which, for some reason, Google Translate likes to translate to, oh my god. Someone had to voice act these grunting noises. This is surprising.
驚くべきことに
The stalling. Surprising. I don't know this kanji, but I'm just about to learn a kanji straight up right here. Actually. Okay, so that means actually.
実は
Actually. I can see that Yoi's eyes were sparkling with curiosity. So I guess that Kira is sparkling. Or Kira. In order to live up to her expectations, I desperately search for the next words. Are we ready to just take a face plant? Ready to eat dirt?
何々
What? Nani just what? There's no way I'll ever be able to find another phrase. That's because I haven't actually gotten any tips. Of course, you know that. If this happens, I will have no choice but to quickly fabricate a false rumor. Okay. Who are you gonna ship? I don't understand the mindset of this. Now, what kind of big blow are you going to blow? There might be something good plot-like thing to do with this here. Yeah, because we haven't seen the tip yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if, we're going to get tips for this, and it's going to be for a different character besides Yue. But I won't know until I go for the tip. Or go actually select an answer. Shall we go for the 7 Wonders of School? Well, that's a trope I'm not sure I know about. But, okay, so if you aren't familiar with this, this means 7. This kanji. It's pronounced nana or shichi, depending on the context. Just 7 alone as a digit is pronounced nana. This is the school, right? So, I presume this is school's possessive, 7, and these are wonders. Again, this is like the to come thing. Okay. I see to talk and to call and stuff. Is it true that the homeroom teacher wears a wig? Sorry for this pause. I have to figure out if I want to fabricate that the homeroom teacher wears a wig. Or the 7 Wonders of School. I don't know what the 7 Wonders of School are. Like, I know kind of like how the tropes work, right? Like if the homeroom teacher wears a wig, then we're going to then it's probably going to turn out that the homeroom teacher actually wears a wig. Just like by coincidence. Because fiction, right? I want to see that. That would be entertaining. Or see Yue pull the teacher's hair, which would be entertaining. But I want to know what the 7 Wonders of School are, so I'm probably going to pick the first one. Oh, no hints. Okay. I was wrong.
早くもったいぶらないで教えてよ。
Starkhood, don't waste it. Change it. Oh. He's talking about the 7 wonders of school. That's what the middle part is in quotes, but I guess I'll go ahead and attack this with the 7 disloyalty stories from school. Oh wait, it's not wonders, it's disloyalty stories? Oh, kanji got messed up. In the original. Oh. Well, we'll see what this is. Because Yue is extremely scared. Scared. Maybe anxious would be a better word. They say the more timid a person is, the easier it is to believe such a story. Yoshi. Okay, so let's go. Let's lie pathologically, as my usual. Actually, this is a book. But you see hone in here anywhere? Interesting. Maybe it's like a different way of saying book from a certain source. No, a kanji got messed up. So it's not book. It's something else. But it got this from a certain source.
それってシンくんのこと？
Is this about Sheen? 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 No. It has nothing to do with that idiot. Or is it Baka? Mataku? Okay.
アホ？まあ、ルイは友を呼ぶって言うもんね。
Ano, I guess Ano means idiot. Well, they say that's what they call their friends. That's what you call your friends, idiots. Okay, so I guess Ano is idiot, not Baka. You didn't say Baka. That's right. So I guess I'm doomed to never be able to be friends with him. Or forever friends with him or something.
旗から見ると、ものすごい大親友に思えるけど。
When I look at it from this angle, it seems like you're really great friends, but... Oh, so it's probably saying that's not what you say to your friends, is it? He says, well, I guess I won't be friends with him. Well, it looks like you are great friends. Something like that. Hey, you don't have enough beta-carotene, do you? Eat carrots. Carrots.
それって目が悪いってこと？
Does that mean I have bad eyesight? In the first place, there's no way someone with a tendency to lie could be a source of information, right?
だけどともちゃんが某情報筋っていう時はいつもしんくんから流れてきた話じゃない？
Well, Sheen doesn't really get away with lying that much to the protag, because the protag knows lying. When you say, but Tomo-chan is the source of the information, is it always the story that came from Shin-kun? Oh, I was probably supposed to be. Don't you say when you have a special source for this information, it's always the story that came from Sheen? Something like that. Well, it may have been the case up until now, but it's different this time. Depends on the scale of the nonsense that someone with such delusional tendencies throws out. I stare into Yu's eyes and start talking calmly. It seems to be a true story. There are often stories like the Seven Wonders of School, right? Okay, so it is wonders. You swallow stickily. This will come up later somehow. You shudders even such childish phrases. It can be said that she's the best customer as a storyteller. If you know all seven things, you will be dragged into the world. That's the example. I'm sure it happened when I was in middle school, right?
うん、あった。
Yeah, there were. But you've never heard the story about the seven wonders of high school, right?
言われてみると、確かにそうだね。
If you ask me, that's certainly true. Do you know why? Why you've never heard of the seven wonders of high school? Yeah, laughed, shaking her head. Because it's all true. The truth is often hidden. And what I'm saying is, Yu sharpens her hearing and waits for the next sentence. I have to come up with that next sentence on the fly. Yu is already unable to see around her. She's already become the Toriko of Tomo-chan's world. Well, okay, so the Toriko comes from the Toriko. If you see my cursor here, Toriko. So it's there. It really is Toriko, but Google Translate doesn't know what that is. I don't either. In other words, that's proof that this story is dangerous.
危険。
Dangerous? He's going to go, yes, dangerous. Or so dangerous. Because once you know all seven stories,
やっぱり異世界に引きずり込まれちゃったりするの？
are you sure you're going to be dragged into another world? That's what the game actually takes place. No, that's not true.
じゃあどうなっちゃうの？
Okay, then what happens, right? Then what will happen? But Shaw is kind of like coming to a conclusion. Ja or happen. Okay, sorewa, that as topic.
それは
That as topic question. Nando. Which is like,
なんと
why are you going to make up on the fly? Pathological lying main character. You will be changed into the opposite sex.
はい
Yes. You mean you'll just get body? Remember 11 will happen. Although I think Uchikoshi probably did not write this part. If I were to guess. When you wake up the next morning, it seems that the man has transformed into a woman and the woman into a man and has undergone a spectacular transformation.
それって驚くとこ？
Some people would want that though. Is that surprising? And it's gone. Yasamota. Whatever. What is that? Shucks. It's done. Apparently, it was run over. Or I was run over. I failed. This is not the time to reflect on things like maybe I was a little too half-hearted. I can't come this far and overturn it, which I pretty much just like and give up. If you say that's a lie, it becomes even less believable. So here's something, Skosh. I have to stick to this point, even if it's a bit forceful. Imagine that actually happens. You calm down and think about it carefully. When you wake up in the morning, there'll be a man. A man. Okay, so this kanji here. Man. Man. If you can see my cursor, which is going to be small in this video. But you wouldn't that to happen, would you? Some. Maybe. I certainly wouldn't want the opposite to happen to me, but, maybe. She probably started a simulation in her head. And I think it actually spells out simulation in katakana. A few seconds pass like that. Eventually, Yue's expression gradually begins to change. My cheeks were gradually getting tighter. The pucker's happening. Wait, I think you're about to get slapped. The wrinkles between my eyebrows are also getting deeper. It's probably her. Okay, so probably a pronoun problem. It's probably her cheeks gradually began tighter. Her eyebrows furrowed deeper, not mine, her. Because we're talking about how her face is transforming, right? Okay, so her eyebrows droop in a figure 8 pattern, and her mouth twists slightly. Tears were gathering in her eyes or mine, one or the other. Although I thought we were describing hers so far. Although they could double entendre it. If you don't omit the pronouns, you could double entendre your pronouns. It seems that it has already exceeded the critical point and is about to overflow. Koitsu daijobu ka? Something like, is she okay? Hey, is she okay? The moment I thought about that and tried to grab her shoulder, I don't need to translate that. Yue cried out. My ears hurt, as if they were being stung.
絶対やだ絶対やだ絶対やだ絶対やだ
Absolutely not, absolutely not, absolutely not. What kind of thought process does this girl really have? She played Remember 11 and then imagined Remember 11 happening in her head. What on earth did she imagine? Taking a pee? Scrotum? I don't think there's anything that would cause her to scream so violently just because she transformed into a man. She can't get in a relationship with you, who's a man? Something like that? Well, I'm sure Yui was talking about it, so I could guess the kind of situation she was imagining. Well, she wasn't talking about anything, but whatever. That being said, I'm happy with the fact she is so afraid. On the other hand, if people don't get scared, the story loses its meaning. But that's not on the other hand, that's like also. It's fun. The fun of this kind of story lies in the fact that you never want to know the seventh thing.
やっぱり聞きたくないよ
I don't want to hear it after all. What are you going to do now?
だってやだよ
No way. Daijoubu ga. Okay, so it's okay. Don't worry. I won't teach you all seven.
本当
Well, but he would transform into a girl if he knew all seven. That's really, right? Rather than that, I can't tell you. I don't know all seven myself.
そっかそうだよねもし知ってたらともちゃん女の子ってことになっちゃうもんね
Is the first one that the homeroom teacher wears a wig? I see. That's true. If you knew, you wouldn't mean Tomo-chan is a girl, right? Well, except for the possibility that I was originally a woman.
そうだったの
Is that so? There's no such thing as that. I'm sure you know that. We even took a bath together. Oh, we at least learned that now.
お風呂
But together with who, though? A bath? Question mark? I think it was around 4 years old. That's right. It was my birthday. I was just 4 years old. Yue and Ayaka came to the birthday party, and then we stayed at this place. It's called Tokigiki Orenchi. Sure.
それで一緒にお風呂入ったの
So, did you take a bath together? Did take a bath together. I don't know what the pronouns are supposed to be. How do Japanese deal with this without the pronouns? Because it's like, yes, I could have Google Translate give me the wrong one, but then I could just filter it out. But then I still don't know, because like I want there to be a pronoun. Otherwise I get confused. I really not, yeah, like having a conversation with someone Japanese with the pronouns would admit it just would confuse me. It's not just that they're wrong, it's that they're not there. Yes, I believe, so he, we'll see, was pouring beer all over him at a baseball victory celebration, and he imitated that by pouring orange juice over him, with his parents behind his back, of course. So I don't know who him is. It's probably me, and I don't know who poured it, but whatever.
へえ、そんなことしたっけ?
Did you do that? Or did he do that? One or the other. Did pronoun insert do that? I did, I absolutely did. Or he did, we don't know. Then, okay, so someone poured orange juice on him. Probably on the main character himself. Then my whole body became sticky, and Yue started crying, complaining about how disgusting it was. Then my father came running up from downstairs and hit me over the head with an empty juice bottle.
昔から丈夫だったんだね、ともちゃん。
Oh, he's been strong, Tomo-chan. Why would she not remember this? We're rewriting her own memories now. That's too bad. Now that I think about it, it's child abuse. To be hit with an empty juice bottle? No, not really. Unless it was glass. That would be a problem. I never thought of them as glass.
でもジュースかけやろうなんて言い出したのはどうせともちゃんなんでしょ? 自業自得だよ。
But isn't Tomo-chan the one who suggested pouring juice on you? Isn't it your own fault? That's true. So that's where the pronouns were. I suggested that they pour juice on me. But I would beat up my own young child with an empty bippin. Okay. Or bottle. Yue is lol. Is laughing out loud. Then I got angry and started punching my father, and he hit me back and knocked me down. Yue was crying with joy next to me. Ayaka continues pouring juice as if nothing happened. So Ayaka was the juice pourer. So it should have been some cheese in there. The situation was already a mess. Don't punch your dad, people. In the end, my father took us all under his arm and went downstairs, threw us in the bathtub one by one, and closed the door. With your clothes on. Because he threw you in there. Correct? And did he take you out afterwards, or did he just have put all three at the same time in there? I guess the point is they're all three in there at the same time. As we soaked in the hot water, I forgot my anger. Yue stopped crying, and Ayako was the only one fiddling with the soap with a disappointed expression on her face. Foon, okay. Do you remember this?
全然。っていうか、4歳の時のことをそんなにまでも鮮明に記憶してることの方がどう考えたっておかしいよ。
I don't remember my fourth birthday very well. I don't remember any of my birthdays, honestly. No, not at all. I mean, no matter how you think about it, it's strange to remember things that vividly when you're only 4 years old.
なんでともちゃんそんなこと覚えてるの？
Why do you remember that, Tomo-chan? It is kind of like, you can actually get fragments, right? Like, I remember a couple things from when I was an infant, very, very faintly, but it's only like a couple things, right? Those like couple years before you turn a toddler, like 99.99999% of that is gone. And a lot of, almost like 99.999% of everything I had before I went and got into first grade, which includes when I was 4 years old, is also gone. It was like certain specific things I remember. But then what makes it that so not special is that of all your life experience, you remember only like 0.001% of it, right, in general. It's just you just get better at choosing what little bit to remember so that you get a better summary, right? You're better at choosing what's important as you get older. So it seems like you remember more of the later stuff. You like intentionally memorize. Why do you remember that, Tomo-chan? Because this game is titled Memories Off. That's why. So the first choice is that's pause. That's my phone. That's my phone. It's actually telling me to go to bed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna go with that's ... That's question.
エッチ。
Naughty. It's also kind of Japanese. So, it's a continuation of the Seven Wonders.
うん、もういいよ。
Moyo. Whoops. What is Moyo? Enough is enough. Enough?
うん。だってなんかもうそういう雰囲気じゃないし。
Yeah, after all, it doesn't feel like that anymore. Well, that's for sure.
それに七不思議よりももっと面白い話聞けたしね。
Besides, I heard more interesting stories than the Seven Wonders. Haha, you failed. Interesting stories? What was such a funny story? Or wasn't such a funny story such an interesting story?
っていうよりなんか懐かしかったんだもん。
More than that, it was something I felt nostalgic.
今考えるとあの頃ってすごく幸せだったんじゃないかなとかって思う。
When I think about it now, I wonder if I must have been very happy back then.
ゆえとともちゃんとあやちゃん。
Yue to Tomo-chan to Ayaka-san.
3人でいつも一緒だったじゃない？
Just basically you, me, and Ayaka. The three people, of course, starts with. Were there always three people in total?
なんかすごく懐かしいよ。
So nostalgic. After that, we each went home without saying a word. So you delivered by means of a memory. Interesting. So might have been I've heard more interesting stories in the Seven Wonders, as in your story is lame in comparison to other rumors and stories I've heard. It might have actually been I heard a more interesting stories in the Seven Wonders, in that I heard your memory. Not that there was anything particularly dangerous. Singular plural mix-up also makes this confusing. To you Japanese speakers, in English we have so much clarifying stuff. We are specific if it's singular or plural. We are specific with our pronouns. We're more specific with things. If you make things more vague, it's harder because they're not used to that vagueness. I think each of them was probably indulging in their own emotions, as in her and I. Yue said,
3人でいつも一緒だったじゃない？
There were always three people, weren't there? We were always three people, weren't we? She's just liking how people are being added to those three, is she? Is that what's going on? Well, we knew she was jealous. Okay. Too much psychology. Too many people problems. It was truly a brilliant memory. It was a glimpse of a memory that somehow made me feel depressed and relieved. However, for some reason, I still feel as if a mist, which probably should be fog, a fog is building up deep inside my chest. Oh, he has a desk. When I entered the room, I crawled into the futon without thinking and closed my eyes. Seems like the only solution to clear up the confusion is to just go on to the next day. October 3rd. Oh, there's some loud bird chirps. I was shaking a lot. What a pleasant morning. Warm sunlight streams through the windows, and the sound of sparrows can be heard outside. It's like, did this guy just eat dinner? Like, did he just eat bread for lunch that Kaori just gave him, and then just went home and went to sleep, and then woke up the next morning? Doesn't do anything after school either. Is school in Japan just all day or something? It's such a refreshing morning that I couldn't have asked for anything more. And then, so this one now, 5:00, Nanto, and it's something about something about the time. Is the panic going to be late or something? It's 5:00 now. What? It's still like this time? It's still that time? So you're saying you didn't sleep in? 5:00 is really early to get up for school in the United States, unless you have something they call a 0-hour class, which I did through pretty much all of high school, and it was jazz. I took jazz really early in the morning. I don't know what to do. Should I go back to sleep? But I feel like it would be such a waste. So I automatically got up early. Man, I love it when something like that happens, but to me it never happens. I always end up like... It never happens when it's supposed to. Like, It's kind of a Murphy's Law thing. If I go to bed early, I don't actually get up correspondingly early. If I go to bed late, then maybe my body will undersleep myself intentionally, like being dumb. And this probably has to do with if I'm going to bed real early, it's probably because I've previously underslept and so I'm tired. If I go to bed late, it means I previously haven't and I'm not. It's not like a coincidence. It's a pattern. No. Definitely do things because this is not good life advice, right? Life advice, get the sleep you need. But if you do things at a visual novel, you can meet characters. So, you want to do things. So the first one is, will I be able to sleep again? The second is, no, I'll definitely stay in the dormitory. Or your room. Okay, so definitely want to pick the first one, where you question whether or not you'll be able to sleep again, and then you'll go somewhere, right? So the hint things, her hints are a little bit confusing. So it looks up from her book, stays in her book. This is Shion, right? It spoils it that we're going to meet Shion, which is spoilers. Come on, game. Let's meet Shion. Although I'm probably still going to go pursue Kaoru's route to the end in this one. Let's meet Shion. Just because, like, who would I go for if I was the protag? I wouldn't be the protag at all. It's not relatable in any sort of way, but... Okay, so got to make mixed up kanji. It's basically, I guess I'll go out of my home, but it turns it into a soon because this kanji gets misidentified. Ellipses. Oh, I have to get that kanji again. In isolation. They got misidentified as something different. What did I get misidentified as? Cold. That's not helpful. It's probably like I can go out, something like that. If I were to guess. It's really hard kanji to correctly identify because it just creates a block of black. So I'm not really going to bother. Why? This is something that has never happened before in my 10 plus years of life. 10? So you don't remember how old you are? You just know it's more than 10? I mean, there's the Jew, which means 10. My body refusing to sleep? Well, you slept all day in class yesterday, and then you went home and immediately fell asleep again. Done a lot of sleeping. When I realized that fact, my heart pounded with excitement. The protag finally overcomes the sleep deprivation. What on earth is happening to me? I wonder if this is completely required for Shion's route, and you literally don't even meet her at all if you don't do this. Could it be that someone sneaked into the hazy silence and modified my body? Well, in later Uchikoshi games, that might be a thing. In this case, if you could tell me in advance. Well, even if it was too sudden, something woke up inside my body. Something awakened in me. Thinking of this, I turned to the book on the desk and said to myself, "Move, move." But nothing seemed to change. There must be some reason. It's called the plot, Mr. Tomo-chan. The kanji finally came out right, but we have this non thing here. Maybe I slept too much. So maybe that kanji means sleep. When I got home yesterday, I was sleepy, so I just laid down on the bed. Or the futon, one or the other. Except bedo is also a borrowed word. It is bed. It's beto. I see. It's no surprise that the uniforms are the same. Or I'm still wearing my uniforms. Probably correct. Kanji got switched. Yeah, so you're very stinky right now, I presume. Because I would get really stinky if this happened to me. At least by my own perception. It's not really exactly like the body odor proper that I get. It's like a different stink. Well, it was around 5 o'clock when I arrived at my house yesterday, so it's been about 12 hours. That's a lot of sleep. Especially if you slept all day in class. Even though I'm still growing, this amount of sleep is probably enough, maybe. Could give you heart problems. Sleep deprivation gives you high blood pressure. Too much sleep gives you heart problems somehow. I can't help it. If that's the case, then maybe I'll prepare for school. Don't you have like homework and stuff you need to do? I mean, too many A's. I can't believe I have to go to school on such a wonderful morning. Japanese education is completely wrong. Education in other places is the same way. They don't have nice weather days. They have bad weather days called snow days, but not nice weather days. While saying this to myself, I slowly slipped out of bed. Well, since I woke up early, I might try taking a slightly earlier train once in a while. Miss UA completely. Oh, maybe this could lock you out of the UA route. Like, that's interesting. Okay. Maybe I can sit down. Oh, yeah, because you're always, like, standing holding the thing because you're, one of the last people on. I quickly finished getting ready and headed for the station. Eki. I always recognize station. I'll click to get my cursor right here. Station. In the same outfit I was in before I went to the dormitory. Literally did not change clothes. Just fell asleep in your uniform, left in your uniform. This guy doesn't take a shower or anything. This protagonist is weird. The station, which was 1 hour earlier than usual, was still deserted. Reminds me of jury duty. Yes. We take a bus downtown. I have to show up at the station very early. At this rate, there is a possibility that my long-cherished wish since the beginning of my high school will come true. That you get to sit down on the train. His earnest wish to sit on the curtain. No, yeah, it's the wrong kanji. Sit on the train and go to school. This seems simple, but is difficult. After all, it's usually in the middle of rush. Okay, so this is another speaker. It's, Now once. Huh? I don't know. The train will arrive at platform 1. Please stand back inside the white line. So I guess it's announcer. It's just announce, which means announcer. Oops, it looks like the train is already coming. Besides me, there aren't many people around, so maybe this will work. Ah, it's always so loud. Ear blast. As expected, there are few people on the train. I sat down in the seat by the door, savoring my small happiness. It's been a long time. How much I've been looking forward to this day for the past 2 years. So he's starting his 3rd year. He's like, if high school is 3 years long in Japan, he's a senior then. That day when I was almost blown away by a gust of wind. The day when it was snowing and... Next to that, exit door probably on the left. Well, I can't believe time passes so quickly when I'm sitting down. No, it's not. My consciousness is receding. Oh, you're falling back to sleep again. Good. Good. No, it's not. My consciousness is receding. I wonder what it is. Very warm. Gakunshi. Gulp. It's going to be like that one very famous internet short thing. I'm not going to... The girl just puts her head on the guy's shoulder randomly. I was woken up by the shock of the train shaking violently. For some reason, I could see someone's feet in front of me. But when I looked up, I saw a girl's face. And long, silky hair. Okay, I'm going to write down the kanji here. Well, let's see if it's the name. Ayaka? It's not Ayaka. Okay, so that's Ayaka's kanji, right? So I can recognize those. Okay. So he misidentifies her at first. However, after saying those words, I deeply regretted them. So that's just girl. Konanyasai. Sorry. I apologize and jumped up in a hurry. Apparently I had fallen asleep leaning forward and was leaning against her. Oh. No, I'd rather say that I was leaning back. Was I on my knees? This is also true, huh? I don't get it. I don't get the positioning. They didn't draw a picture of that. Oh, I'm gonna do this to get the CG just, by itself. Okay. Okay, so he's saying Masui over and over again. Which is bad, bad, bad. Whatever, somehow this position he was in was really awkward somehow. Is there any girl out there who would allow a stranger to kneel on her knees? No, there isn't. If there were, it would be Yuru-san. This would be the president of the Japan Knee Pillow Lovers Association. This is not the time to say things like that. Well, I'm really sorry. I fell asleep. However, I can't say any more words. Maybe I'll be sued for molestation. Not only was the uproar at the staff meeting about it being the scandal that has happened since our school started, it was also featured in a weekly magazine with an eye towards it. I guess it's like a hypothetical or something that happened in the past or something. No, I'm just dozing off for a bit. No reaction at all. She was reading a thick paperback book, as if ignoring me. Apparently, it helped. Looks like she's somehow forgiven me. I wonder if I'll get sued over this. However, she seemed to notice my gaze. She's got that soft voice. Do you need something? Do you need something? No, nothing. I'm sorry. Come on, grab. Ah, I still failed. I feel like my wonderful morning, the joy of achieving my long-cherished desire, have disappeared in an instant. Well, I feel like it was a happy moment in a sense, but in the end, I don't remember it. Clear sky, clear sky. Please be careful of the door that opens. Oh, is she getting off here too? What a coincidence. But when I look closely, it was my school's uniform. You have to look closely for that? Or maybe someone talking about someone talked about at the school, maybe introduced from a person's perspective, or maybe a bit of a celebrity. Okay, that's kind of awkward. Huh. I don't know what he's trying to get at here. They have Choto. Hey, wait a minute. We're actually gonna talk to her. As if she hadn't heard what I was saying, she walked away. Ha ha. Anoski. Or Anochi. Google Translate having a hard time with that. Yeah, I don't know. Something about that over there. So this is the quiet one with the long hair, right? This is like the what Down Salvano was trying to parody, perhaps, with Yuri. But it could be tsundere, right? Yuri was not the tsundere, so it depends. We haven't met the tsundere character. They will show up at some point. I'll try calling out to her louder. I'll try calling out. Let's try louder. Wait a minute. Oh, chotto matte kudasai. Of course. But this is chotto matte.
私に何か用？ご用でしょうか？
So, first, like, what do you want with me is the first bit. I don't know what the second bit is. Put it into Google Translate. Do you need something? And then it's... Shiyoka. So this last stuff is junk. Can I get something for you is probably what she says. It's probably something like that. As she said that, she turned around and was staring at me from the ground up. The problem is there's a kanji that got flipped, turned into the stock kanji, when it shouldn't have been. For no particular good reason, it captured well. So, probably from the ground up is not the right thing, but... we go to the same school, don't we?
そのようですね。
So, sono yo desu ne. So, that is yo, isn't it? What does yo mean? It seems so. Okay, that is what it seems, doesn't it? Why don't you tell everyone? Probably something like, why doesn't everybody know?
何をですか？
That's just, what is it? Man, I like her. She uses, like, the formal language, so it's easy for me to understand. she actually uses des. No, about the train from earlier.
私の膝の上で熟睡なさっていたことですか？
Did you sleep soundly in my lap? Wow. I guess that's how it turned out. What have I done? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean any harm.
はい。
Yes. So could you please keep it a secret from the other students? Of all people that could keep a secret, this person could. I look at her nervously. I guess it's no good after all.
稲穂さんとかにですか？
So, Inako-san toka ni desu ka? So, huh. I'm just gonna take toko ni desu ka by itself. Okay. Are you like that? Something. Is it, or is it like that? That is right. I'll never tell Shin. Then he goes, how do you know about Shin? But he doesn't mention Shin yet. Do you know
隣の
about
席で
Shin?
すから。
It's probably, do you know about Shin? He's in the seat next to me. Okay. So, a couple lines ago, let me press the backlog. This line was about Sheen, right? That's Sheen's last name. So, is it about Sheen? Okay. Don't tell anybody about this, okay? Is that about Sheen? Yeah, don't tell Sheen. Wait. How do you know about Sheen? He sits next to me. What? She turned out to be my classmate? Yes. I wonder if there is such a cute girl in my class. Well, aren't you like already sitting next to the envy of everybody? Next to Sheen. Ah, I see. Oh no. Shion Futami. Right. So Shion so her first name is like Shion is like language time, whatever that is. So that's Shion. And then the last name, I don't know what the first, either of these kanji means. The second one looks kind of like mother. Or a little bit, but it's like a particle in front. I don't remember off the top of my head what it is. Okay. So write down where her name looks like kanji so I can recognize it. Yes, she is Shion Futami. Now is the 9th month of the year. She must have been a girl who had just transferred to the school a month ago. Or not. Or she's just invisible. I don't see her very often in the classroom, so I completely forgot about her face. No, I believe we met yesterday morning, but I was half asleep, so I didn't really look at her. Well, you saw her on the train, kind of. I think she was a returnee from South America. However, she did not get along well with her classmates.
はい。シオンは私ですが、どちら様でしょうか？
Yes, I am Shion. But who are you? This time it was my turn to be shocked. Wait, you weren't already shocked? She didn't even know who I was. Eto. Eto is a thinking thing. So the first one is, I am Tomoya Mikami from the same class. Second one is, I am Nobu Inaho. So we can say who we are, or we can make up something. Well, I'm going to say the real name. I don't want to know what the making up thing does. So I'm going to pick the top option. Why would you pick the bottom one? Yes, it's spoiled for me that was the one if I want to get on this girl's route, yes. I'm Tomoya Mikami, who is in the same class as you. Yeroshka. Nah. Yeroshka. Nah. So it's like Yeroshka Unegaishimasu, but he's very informal. Unlike Shion, who probably talks very formally. So protag. Is kanji are hard. Scoop, chop is first, which is Tomoya, which gets shortened to Tomo-chan. And then Mikami is the last. Which is basically, this is just 3 up. His last name is 3 up.
同じクラス。そうでしたか。どうも失礼いたしました。
same class. So desu ka? Right, is that? Well, so deshita ka. So, was that so? It's like past tense. I apologize for the inconvenience. No, it's no one's fault. I had no idea we were classmates.
私、教室にはあまりいませんから。
As if that's something special. I'm not in the classroom much. So Rashina. It seems so. Oh, I see. That's why the seat was always empty. Come to think of it, when I talked to Sheen, I think I was sitting in the empty seat next to him. Think about it now. I guess that was Futami-san's seat.
どうかなさいましたか？
What did you do? Do kana saimashita ka? Oh. I gotta get my typing in Japanese here. Ha. Wait, nope, we're still on Roman characters. Ha. Good. And then... the way this OCR is just ridiculous, so I have to clean it up. No, I'm not doing anything here, basically. It's probably what he's trying to say. Anyway, why are you coming to school so early, Futami-san? He said, why are you? Well, I just got up early and decided to do something. I don't know what happened there. Did I accidentally skip or something? I decided to put myself aside and ask a question.
私は図書委員の仕事があるからです。
Okay, so kara is from. So I am from something. I work as a librarian. She definitely should have become a librarian. Immediately after she transferred to our school, she decided to become a librarian for the second semester. I guess she was the only one who put her hand... Okay. They decided to put someone as a librarian for the second semester. I guess she was the only one who put her hand up. So they made a decision right away. So early is tough.
いいえ、問題ありません。
No, it's not tough, right? No, there's no problem. Well, if it were me, it would be a problem.
それでは ごきげんよう。
Good day then. Then she saw me alone. When she saw me alone with my head in my hands, she quickly left after saying that. Huh? Okay. That's probably not right, but okay. What if things go as they now are now? Wouldn't she be asking, what's wrong with Mikami-kun? Even if you didn't say goodbye so abruptly, I guess you're still angry. Or maybe because you did. Well, there's no point worrying about it now. We're in the same class, so I'll probably meet again later anyway. Thinking positively, I headed to school alone. Ohio! He's like, good morning. However, no one answered the call. Guess no one was there. Oh, because no one was there. There's still 1 hour until school starts. So time to bump into more people. There's no way anyone would be here. For now, I take a seat. Goo. Goo goo. I begin to sleep peacefully. Apparently it worked out. For me, 1 and 2 hours of sleep were not enough for me. 12 hours of sleep were not enough for me for a long time. The next time I woke up, it was 1:30. Halfway through the second hour, or the second period. Okay. Okay, let's try to fix this, because that's not right. So, 2, and then this is 10. There we go. Next time I woke up, it was 10:30, halfway through the second hour. So I guess it started with 9 to 10, 10 to, and so on. Boom. It was already 12 o'clock. It'll be lunch break in a few minutes. A big event that will brighten up these boring days. Eating food is considered the second most important thing for humans. So for him, the first most important thing is sleep. In other words, there are human moments that have a much higher priority than school lessons. Pleasure that can be achieved after consuming be achieved after overcoming 4 types of pain within 10 minutes and then mastering it. The pleasure of overcoming 4 types of pain within 10 minutes and then mastering it. What? I can't wait for food. The previous line was probably completely wrong, but I liked it, so I left it that way. I wasted time thinking about things like, come to think of it, I'm sure there was a break in purchasing. Right, there's vacation in purchasing. Where should I buy it today? Oh, they're going to spoil this on me. Oh, well, I'm going to read them anyway, and then I'm going to get spoiled, and they're probably going to choose based off the spoiler. Outside. Okay. Let's buy lunch for someone. Not from someone, for someone? Is there a difference? Huh. Well, I would go outside just to catch somebody outside. I'm guessing the tougher choice is probably like a good Shion choice. The lower choice might be a good Kaoru choice. We'll see. No, this one is blank. Okay, I'm going to try A. But I was going after Kaoru, though. A's more, the top one's more interesting. This might mess me up as character routing is concerned, but it's more interesting. I guess I should go out and buy something. I don't want to talk to Sheen, obviously. Waiting for the end of class, I went outside to get some food. Then, on my way back to the shoe rack, I suddenly turned to the purchasing section. Purchasing seems to have regained its usual vibrancy. It. Yes, Sheen makes stuff up. Now, according to Sheen's information, which you can't trust him as far as you can throw him, the purchasing lady must have injured her back so badly that she was hospitalized. So they got a new one? Whoops. This one is ya. That's not something that can be revived in a day or two. Well, maybe she has Curie syndrome. So who is it?
はい、ありがとう。230円のお釣りね。
Yes, thank you. Okay, so Nihyaku Sanju is 230 yen. 230 yen. It was a woman's voice. This one's for some reason not voice acted, so it's Shigayo 330 yen. That's different. It's 330 yen.
そうだ。いや、ほら、サービスよ、サービス。やあね。
That's right. No, look, service. Hey there. I approached the store to confirm the owner of the voice. So it's Koyomi. Okay. So Koyomi is not the purchase lady. She is a substitute. But somehow you get points if you're respectful to who you thought would have been the old service lady. It's obvious when you listen to her voice, but she's definitely younger than Oba-san. Judging from her appearance, when I peeked through the crowd, I think she was around 20 years old. Okay, this is the top part of the CG. It's like a two-parter, but oops. There you go. So only one girl we haven't actually seen yet, and that's Minaro. Ayaka hasn't come into play really yet. Although we've met her. No, neither has this lady, but it's notable that Ayaka, although we've met her, is her time has not yet come. However, the purchasing lady is also quite confident that she can afford to hire people in this economic downturn. Moreover, she is quite beautiful. This must be crowded. I waited until the crowd had cleared and looked for a chance to have a conversation. But not to buy food, of course, because I already bought food. Opa-chan, what's the usual? Is that what he asks her? Well, it's just my usual habit.
誰がおばちゃんですって？
Okay, so let's write down what Koyomi's box name is. Although it might be Lunch Lady, so I may not want to. It may not be her real name. It might be kanji that mean Lunch Lady. So I don't want to write that down actually. Who is Oba-chan? Grandmother. Oh. Anything is fine. Please be late as usual. It's probably I'm late as usual.
いつものって何？私今日からヘルプで入ってるからわかんないのよね。
So, Itsumo is very what? Or I'm very confused. What? Oh, Itsumo means always, right? So I always, what is the always? I'm here today as a helper, so I don't know. Oh, that's right. Helper? Excuse me. The katakana are helper, but what the rest of it? Can you help me?
そうなんだ。お母さんが倒れちゃってね。
That's right. Okasan, which is my mother fell down. Oh, this is the daughter. Mom? So you're Oba-san's daughter?
うん。私の名前は霧島こよみ。お母さんは霧島とし子。ほら、名字一緒でしょ？
Yeah, my name is Sayomi. It's actually Koyomi Kirishima. My mother is Yoshiko Kirishima. Oh, so we got the lunch lady. The lunch lady has a name now. Your last name is Ichisho. Well, it's actually not, but Mikami. Wait. Right? Wait. I don't know. That's weird. That's not what I thought his last name is, but so her name, first name, it's the kanji for small, followed by one I don't know. Followed by this one with a lot of horizontal lines in it. 1, 2, 3, down, okay, first. And then her last name, which is the same as the last name as the usual lunch lady, is this complicated kanji that has 3 parts to it. Very frustrating to draw. Followed by this another really complicated kanji. Which also has a lot of horizontal lines. Okay. Moving on. What does she mean? I can't believe that came from the old lady.
何見とれてんの？とてもあのおばちゃんから出てきたものとは思えないって顔してるわよ。
What are you looking at? Your face sounds like, look, your face says, I can't believe it came from that old lady. That is correct.
どっちかっていうとパパにだから。で、何がいるの？
If anything, it's because they are similar to... Okay, we have to fix this paw. If anything, you look like your dad. So, what do you have? Huh? I always have a paw secured.
ん？確保？
Kaku. Secured? So, secured. Whatever that means.
あなたがともやくんか。
Ah. You're... And then she actually gives his... You are... Tomoya-kun. Hi. Why are you on the shore? Or it's probably, why do you know me? And how do you know my name?
なんで名前わかったんだろうって思ってるんでしょう。
Oh, you're probably wondering how I knew your name.
お母さんから聞いてる。 ともやくんっていううるさい子がいるって。
It's more like I heard it from my mother. There's a kid named Toyoma-kun who's noisy.
もちろんパンの確保の話も聞いてるけど。
Of course, I've heard about secured bread, but then give it to me quickly.
私の時はパンのお取り置きはやってないの。不公平じゃない？明日からちゃんと並んで買ってね。
Okay, so is atashi like watashi, except you spell it out and it's feminine or something? When I was there, we didn't do bread reservations. Isn't it unfair? Starting tomorrow, line up with everyone else and buy it. Well, what's my lunch meal?
好きなの選んでいいよ。
You can choose whatever you like. Even if you say that. In front of me were Univa bread, not natto bread, which are famous as the two best buns you can buy. This is not going to translate well. Pana natto bread. Let's just... is exactly what it sounds like. Natto cream topped with natto evenly. It looks harsh, but the taste is even harsher. It is mainly popular as a punishment game. So you mean, so do the Japanese actually like natto or not? If you're not familiar with natto, it's that like beans in that matrix that's like snot. It is said that you can eat this without drinking. You are a full-fledged student at our high school. Wanipan. I never eaten. Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. Oh, it's sea urchin. Okay. So wani is sea urchin. I've never eaten sea urchin bread, but I'm sure it tastes amazing. Is that sarcasm? Both are far from the regular menu in the general public's eyes, but they are quite famous at my school. I mean, let's taste it before we sell it. Or let's taste it before... okay. Well, even if you say you like it...
言われても?
Even if I say it? So basically the main character has this deal with the lunch lady to set aside bread with nothing on it for him. Is that the idea? Because it's usually topped with something weird like either natto or sea urchin. Make banana natto bread. Oh, it's banana natto bread. Make sea urchin bread. Make melon bread. I would go with the sea urchin bread. Wani. Or uni. Whatever. Ubni. I don't know what that katakana is. See, you're...
ウニこれにするの本当に
Urchin? Are you gonna do this? Really? Yeah, it's fine.
250円ね。
250 yen, isn't it? The writing style is expensive. It's probably not... Basically, it's the food is expensive, right? But it's not the
なんと
food.
言ってもウニだからね。文句あったら食べなくていいのよ。
It wasn't as expensive as a thing from earlier, which cost $3.30. I mean, that the other kid was ordering, right? After all, it's sea urchin. If you have any complaints, you don't have to eat it. Yeah, but it's like EA, but only with one E. So it's like, yeah, I'll have it.
じゃあ、ウニパンね。早くしないとお昼休みなくなっちゃうよ。
So, ja, which is the conclusion. Unipan, is it, what's the rest of this? If you don't hurry, you'll miss lunch break. That's certainly true. There's no point in taking too long to secure lunch. Ja. I will come again. Okay.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. But like, past tense. Well, I managed to get some food for lunch. I wonder where I'll eat. Step away from shopping and look out the window in the hallway. Today is a beautiful day with blue skies. The sun is out and it's pretty sunny. That's right. Okay, got a triple choice again. Top choice is return to classroom. That might be good when it comes to Kaoru. Second choice is eat at some, I don't know. I can't get that kanji didn't read correctly. Probably never will, so don't bother. Probably like eat outside. No, this one's outside. No, that's literally eat at the health room. So I might meet a new girl if we hit the third option. So I'm probably going to do the first one, though, if it's Kaori in the hints. Because I'm sorry, the hints are just kind of getting to me. No, Kaori doesn't like that if you return to the classroom. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh, okay, we'll select it, whatever it is. It's the roof. Okay. But you wouldn't have been able to figure that out. You would have gotten that wrong if you were trying this the first time. Right? So this is a very unauthentic experience. Like, you would not have guessed the roof. The only reason why I did that is because of the hints. But I couldn't figure out a way to turn off in any sort of settings or anything. Before I could reach that conclusion, my feet had already started climbing several flights of stairs. At this hour, there must be someone like me who wants to eat on the rooftop. Similarly, having lunch in the sunshine isn't bad either. Oh, the hint is like outside, right? Like, the hint is how nice the weather is. You're supposed to use that to guess where you should eat. I didn't think of that because I'm dense. I haven't been up to the roof lately, so I ran up the stairs thinking it would be a good idea. When I went up to the rooftop, the blue autumn sky was blowing a pleasant breeze. I sat down on one of the empty benches while some students were chatting during their lunch break. I immediately took out the bun and took a bite. Now let's see if this changes depending on what food you picked. The taste of the ocean spreads in my mouth. Isn't like sea urchin kind of gritty? Pretty cool, isn't it? But why is it sea urchin? I casually take a look at the bag. The ingredients are custard, and dopurin. Custard purin. Custard pudding. Oh, it's pudding. Pudding is pretty creamy, unlike sea urchin, which I believe is like a really gritty thing. And soy sauce. So it's not actually sea urchin. It's like just like a custard-filled bread bun. I felt like I understood that people's tastes don't taste good. Okay. At this time of year, when the late summer heat has receded, the rooftop feels somehow different than usual. I bring the drink I bought with me to my mouth. I don't know what that is. Is that just Ocha? As the dry wind touches my skin, I couldn't help but feel the changing seasons. I look up at the city sky, feeling a little emotional. Lined with shopping streets and roads that stretch straight. Beyond that, you could see a small sky blue sea. Small sea? That doesn't make any sense. You mean like a bay? I spend my lunch relaxing while looking out at the ocean. I do something like this once in a while. I feel better for some reason. Or it's probably an if. On the other hand, if I don't do something like this to change my mood, I would feel an indescribable loneliness. Even though you're childhood friends with every girl. It reminds me of things from the past. To prevent that from happening, I just do nothing and don't think about it. Wait, so is it going to turn on its head that there's something tragic from the past? I didn't know this. I knew it was the only way to avoid remembering it. Remembering what? Huh? Well, that's not to be ignored. So something tragic happened in this past. It's not all nice things, apparently. Homeroom ends and the classroom begins to move in a hurry.
ともちゃん、はい。
Tomo-chan, yes? Yu comes over and hands me something that looks like a long stick. Yes, what is it?
見てわかんないの？ほうきに決まってるよ。
Can't you see? It's definitely a broom. Oh, I don't mean that. I'm just asking why you gave me the broom.
だって、ともちゃん今日は掃除当番だよ。
Isn't it your turn to clean or something? Because Tomo-chan, you're on cleaning duty today, right? Nani? Yes. What? Really? I feel like I did it yesterday too.
そんなことはないよ。だって私昨日は掃除当番じゃなかったもん。
That's not true because I wasn't on cleaning duty. Because I wasn't on cleaning duty yesterday. And they make a pair that's always together. You pouted and protested.
ともちゃんと掃除の当番一緒だから確かなはずだよ。
Or maybe she was. I don't know. Read it as a negative. I'm sure you're on cleaning today, Tomo-chan, right? Well, this kind of person would lie about everything. You would lie about this. There's no way I can complain when presented with such solid evidence. I understand. I'll think about it. So, what should I clean?
どこって？ここ、教室だけど。
Where are you? This is the classroom. Is this not the classroom? Well, that is true.
じゃあ、ともちゃんはゴミ捨てに行ってきてね。
Therefore, basically, Tomo-chan, please go throw out the trash. Well, that's the easy part. You don't have to deal with chemicals. Did you give me a broom first, just to suddenly ask me to throw away the trash? I understand. When it comes to cleaning, you can only finish it quickly. I guess I'll just listen to the blind and get this over with quickly. Just blindly listen. I leave the classroom dragging the trash can with me. Is that not something you eat before you eat? Oh, no, that's what you say when someone's leaving before you. Okay, it's when like you're at work and your coworker leaves before you, and they um, Shitsukaresimas, or they say something like that as they leave, and then you respond with Otsukare-sama. But I'm really tired. Hey, Yue, can I ask you something?
何？
What? I've been thinking about it since I was cleaning. Okay. Why isn't there anyone else? Okay. Why do you only talk to me? Second choice. Do you only talk to me? Where did the others go?
ああ、用があるって言って先に帰っちゃったよ。
Oh, I said they had something to do and went home first. Well, why didn't you stop them?
だって用があるからお願いって言われたら断れなかったんだよね。
Because they had something to do. I couldn't say no. Just being one person or something like that. Google Translate says, I couldn't say no when you asked me to be one guy. It doesn't really make any sense. She said this as she stuck out her tongue. I wonder what I would do if I got caught in a catch-all sale thing like this. If I had said something, I had something to do, would you have done it alone?
ううん。だってともちゃん用あるって言わないから。
Because I won't tell you that I have something for Tomo-chan. Huh? Do you trust me that much?
なんとかしてサボろうとしていろんな言い訳するから引き止めやすいんだよね。
I didn't understand that. But oh well. Those say 2 lines ago didn't make sense. They make all kinds of excuses to try to support you. So it's easy to stop them. The pronouns are who makes excuses and who's easy to stop, I don't know. You don't make excuses so it's easy to stop you, maybe? She said, stuck out her tongue again. I take it back. UA... Okay, so she doesn't trust me. Okay, so you do make excuses. UA, from now on, please make sure to keep the others at bay. I ask you.
うん。ともちゃんがそう言うんならそうしてみるよ。
Yeah, if Tomo-chan says so, I'll try it. Then I guess I'll go home. UA, are you ready?
うん、いいよ。ねえ、ともちゃん、今日はどっか寄ってく？
That's fine. Hey, Tomo-chan, would you like to come over today? I have to stop. My laundry is piling up.
じゃあ、まっすぐ帰ろう。
And go straight home. It's already sunset outside. Under that sky, Yue and I talked about nothing but our feelings and went home together. Day 4. Ah, goodness gracious. 7:10. So not 5 a.m. this time. The time is 7:10. Your alarm went off. It's rare to be able to wake up in one shot. Well, if I feel like it, it's something like this. Well, I feel like someone told me to always be like that, but I wasn't kidding. I don't know what that means. That didn't make sense. This kind of thing only happens once in a while, which is why it has value. So it usually just ends up laying in bed after the alarm goes off. Like me. I set my alarm for like an hour before I actually want to get up because I'm not going to get up after. I'm not going to get out of bed after it goes off. I look outside. It's good weather. Such a waste just to go to school like this. Shall I break into Yue's house? Let's get some sleep after all. I'm just going to do not break into Yue's house. Oh, well, I don't know what these heads are, but I'm going to pick this one. Because the reason why I was going to pick it before I saw those heads is because I don't want to go down a UA route, right? So I'm going to be careful to avoid that. Anyway, I'll make it in time, even if I stay in the dormitory for another 30 minutes. I guess I'll go to sleep. Good. Gaba. Seems like I completely doubled down on it. The time is 8:25. This is the story of my life. Keh. Machi. So I got the early girl, now we're gonna get the late girl. I jump up, quickly work ready, and go downstairs. Then I randomly put the bun that was on the table into my mouth and left the house. Why does that matter? There's just a bun there? Oh. I'm totally late. No matter how hard I try, I'm late. I did something pointless. Or stupid. That's what I thought while riding the train. Even though it wasn't quiet anyway, I came running in a mad dash. My whole body is dripping with sweat. However, strangely enough, it wasn't unpleasant. The train is empty. Oh, okay. And the weather is nice. A pleasant breeze comes into the open window. So everyone's already gone to school. It's not bad to be late sometimes. So you're always sleeping in class, and then sometimes you show up late. The scenery is different than usual. All the passengers also seem to be relaxing. Everything seems calm. Ane? That... There was a girl from the same school in the corner of the car. When I set my eyes on her, there was something huge. What do you call it? It's a campus bag? And behind it is a girl. I can't quite make out her face. What is she doing? She should go to school properly. I put myself on the shelf and thought so. But what are you doing, Protag? Who are you to judge? Who could it be? My eyes suddenly turned towards the girl. She's a small child. She looks quite young. The child was staring straight ahead. I felt a sense of solidarity with everyone who was late. Sumisora. We had arrived at Sumisora. The train slips into the clear skies, the Sumisora station. When the door opens, a pleasant breeze came in. I get off the train, focused. Google Translate has a hard time with it though. By Kaze, it's probably just focused. And then the announcer says, "Customers, please hurry up." There's no one riding it, though. Who's supposed to hurry up? Oh, it's the girl. I look around the platform. Oh yeah, there is... Oh yeah, there's no one. I was like, first concludes there's no one, and then... No one question? I reflexively searched the train as if it was about to depart. Reflexively searched the train as it is about to depart. The child was moving incredibly slowly toward the exit. Then I piped up and said, "You won't make it in time." I can't help but cry out. The girl, carrying a heavy-looking bag over her shoulder, staggered to the door. The departure bell rings through the premises. Our eyes met. The girl made a face that said, that didn't work. Wait. And laughed shyly. I stepped into the car almost reflexively. I grabbed her wrist and pulled her with all my might. Sound effect is like gush on. Just in the nick of time, the door closes behind her. When I suddenly looked over to the edge of the platform, I saw a station employee glaring at me with murderous intent. Yaga? Kochi? Yeah. While pulling her wrist, he ran through the ticket gate as if we were running away. Okay, so just ha ha ha.
大丈夫ですか?
Are you okay? For now. She's a first year, right? Are you a first... Is she a first year?
すいません。ぼーっとしていて。
And at first it's I'm sorry or no excuses. I'm dazed. Are you hurt? Are you daijoubu desu ka? Are you okay? I tried to look as kind as possible, trying to stay dark. You mean you're trying to listen? That's the listening.
私は大丈夫です。
I'm okay. Watashi wa daijoubu desu. Yeah, good. You have to be careful. It's kind of a strange situation. Like, why are you meandering off the train? Well then I'll go now. Kuitsu. Whatever that means. I feel like I'm being pulled back. Eh? The girl's holding my hand.
ありがとうございました。おかげで降りることができました。 ぼーっとしていて、カバンが重くて。
I have to sneeze again. Thank you very much. Thank you as I was able to get off. I was dazed and the bag was heavy. Thanks to you, I was able to get off. I was dazed and the bag was heavy. Or are you retired? It's okay. Look, I have to go to school. Class will begin. I have to go to school soon. Class will begin.
よいしょ。
Yes, that's good. The girl tries to lift a large campus bag. Or maybe canvas bag. One or the other. Katakana word can go either way, right? Yeah, it's canvas. Do you even draw pictures? Yeah, it's not campus, it's canvas. It seems like there's a lot of things inside and it's quite heavy. Wait a minute, it takes 5 minutes to get to school. I think it might be too heavy to carry from here by herself. Right, and then we want to carry it for her, of course. Which will make us more late, but that's okay. It might be like minus Kaoru points, though, the more late we are. So the second option is... First, Kanji got messed up. Okay, so the first option is take it silently. Second one is say something. I would say something. I would just take it silently. But it ruins it by giving me the answer. Authenticity. I'll bring it. Let's go. I suddenly grabbed her campus bag.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Well, even if I say that far, it's basically just up to school.
私、伊吹みなもです。美術部でそういうの持ってるんです。
Now, taking note that the sprite is leaning to the right. The reason, so something I haven't mentioned yet is the Never 7 sprites. Every single last one of them, the character leans to the player's right. It's just how that for some reason that sprite always draws leaning to the right, right? If this might be the same sprite artist, if we always see leaning to the right as well, we haven't been paying too much attention to that. Especially when considering that UA's poses are always kind of wacky, right? So it's hard to identify that. My name is Mihi Namo Ibuki. I'm in the art club. So Minamo. Minamo is actually spelled out with hiragana. So it's not actually kanji, which is helpful. And then the last name is two relatively simple kanji. Okay. As we entered the shopping district, she suddenly spoke. That's a big voice. Ah, my name is Tomoya. I'm a second year. Please take care of me. Something like that. Saruto, which is then. I thought he was a third year. I guess he is a second year. She was at a loss for words, as if surprised by something. What happened to her? Haha, I see. This girl looks like a first-year student. That's why when she found out that I was an upperclassman, she was probably a bit intimidated. We'll find out weird stuff here. Maybe I should be a little more relaxed and use a gentler tone when talking to this girl. By the way, Ibuki-san.
Eh?
Eh? It seems that she has come to her senses. Does Ibuki-san draw pictures? I patted the canvas bag that was slung over my shoulder with the palm of my hand. Yeah, again, she's leaning to the right in this one as well, although it's a variation. Immediately, she broke out into a big smile and said, nodding happily,
運動得意じゃないし、向いてるんです。秋っていろいろ展覧会もあるし。
I'm not good at sports, but I am good at this. There are various exhibitions in autumn.
それで、今朝も庭の花をデッサンしていて、それで遅刻しちゃって。
So this morning I was drawing flowers in the garden again. That's why I was late.
なんかそれってかっこ悪いですよね。
Everybody's good at something but the protag. Ah, that's kind of uncool, isn't it? Well, I was late because I was sleeping. That's even more uncool. That's not true. When things start going well, you just gotta keep going. You see, I, the protag, am not good at anything. I have no skills. Her face becomes brighter. She looks really fun.
そうなんです。つい無理しちゃって。絵描かれるんですか？
That's right, I just overdid it. Are you gonna draw a picture? Well, it's not like that. Or it has, it's more like, do you draw pictures? Is what she's asking. Okay, this one seems to lean a little bit to to the left, so maybe it's not universal. However, you'll notice the head's always tilted. Like the head turn is always to the player's left too. It's not straight on. The leaning thing is more for straight on sprites. What a strange looking face. I pretended to be a moth and tried to say something random to try to cover it up. Moth. That's probably not right. I want to see how Ibuki-san draws. I remember the scenery I saw from inside the train and the feeling of my sweat being blown away by the wind. So, what am I saying? It's gone, I guess.
私、1年生ですからさん付けしないでください。その方が自然だし、いいと思うんです。
I'm a first year student, so please don't add san. I think that's more natural and better. So. Since she said something like that out of the blue, I can only reply like this.
みなもでいいですよ。
Miyamo. Miyamo is fine. Miyamo-chan. Oops. I tried speaking with reservation.
Hi!
Yes. Minamo-chan smiled and replied loudly.
So れじゃあ、ともやさん、ありがとうございました。
Well then, thank you, Tomoya-san. We parted ways at the shoe rack. Minamo-chan waved at me. Very small hands. Her appearance was so cute that I couldn't help but wave back at her. Ha. Oops. Suddenly, I came back to my senses. I acted out of character and felt somewhat embarrassed. Is it Minamo-chan? And it's already lunchtime. You missed the whole first part of class, right? History class next. It's no exaggeration to say that this class is one of the few classes where I stay awake properly. Oh, so you like history. Because you're on memories? Because memories? Well, basically, I like history. I have no choice but to wake up. That's significant. I thrust my arm. We can see that. I thrust my arm, which I have been using as a pillow, toward the ceiling and stretched out with my whole body. Ah.
何やってるの?
What are you doing? Otawa-san, who was sitting next to me, tilted her head as she heard the cry of my soul. This is a necessary ritual for my heart to fly on the wind.
なんだかやばそうな儀式じゃない？
Isn't this somewhat of a dangerous ritual? You're noisy.
普通の人から見たらかなり怪しい部類の人だよ。
If you look at it from a normal person's point of view, you're quite the type of person. Are you? Question mark. Are you that type of person? Question mark. No, at least there are people in this class who can be in tune with me.
誰よ、その奇特な人。
Who can be in tune with you? Right? Who is this strange person? According to my notes, that is UA.
なんか呼んだ？
UA pipes in. Yeah, did you call me something? This girl's hellish ears are amazing. No, it's nothing. I never talked about UA being cute or anything like that.
本当？かわいい？
Honto kawaii. Really? Cute.
なんだかどっちも似た者同士って感じだね。
I feel like we're both kinda similar. Sorry.
ん？何が失礼なの？
What's so rude? Question. I don't have the energy to get angry about this anymore. I don't understand what is going on. Roughly speaking, what I like is... So, the first choice is UA. The middle choice is UA, so we can choose UA. What's this first choice? It's... No, wrong kanji. Let's try to jiggle this a bit. U. UA, and this is... Shion. You can pick Shion? That's a good one. I want to do that just to get the response. But the thing is, I picked a route, right? I've established that I have this goal that's Kaoru. So I'm going to have to pick Kaoru. I'm going to have to pick the top one. But I look forward to going through different other characters' routes at some point and seeing that direction to that. I want to pick it, but I'm going to pick Kaoru's answer. So, yes. What? Huh? What? It's counterintuitive? Oh. Oh, it'll get back to her like a rumor. Oh, that's the problem. Okay. I'm going to do the top one, though, because I want to do pro Kaoru stuff. That's still fun, though. So they're basically saying that Shion's not going to like it if you pick Shion because everybody's going to be like, Shion, did you hear? Tomoya says he likes you. I took a deep breath of fear. After a short pause, I spoke. It's you. Why do you not reply? Do you hate me?
三上くん、誰に話しかけてるの？
Mikami-kun? Who are you talking to? She's like, I deny this. I am talking passionately about the Kumapo that comes with the mechanical pencil book. In response, Otawa-sen said coldly, what'd she say? You get this big rejection? Sure. That's good. No matter what I say about love. What? Oh, you say.
ずいぶん歪んだ愛だね。
So, I, the protag, said that. It's a very distorted love. So, talking about his notebook? Wow, Kumapa is so cute. Oh, okay, so it's not you, is not Kaoru, it's like his notebook or something. It seems like class started before I knew it. Still, it's kawaii. I don't know what he's talking about, but whatever. A chime sounds throughout the classroom, signaling lunch break. So it was a gag like thing, and I don't get it. He loved something called a Kumapa. The bear paw. Oh, Kuma's bear. Oh, the bear paw. Whatever. He loved his bear paw on his desk or something like that. The teacher in charge of the subject had left early, and the classroom was already filled with the excitement of the lunch break. What should I do for lunch today? Man, Google Translate could not do bear paw. Like, why do you know that Kuma means bear? Why are you familiar with that? Danganronpa. Outside. Or a gift is fine. Okay, I think outside would probably be the better choice. Let's make sure. Maybe I should sneak out and go out to eat. However, if a person commits the crime alone, the crime becomes more serious. That is a weird, unfortunate truth. That is true. Like, you can get away with things if enough people do them, like making Let's Plays. This month, I am especially being watched because I am from a household where my parents are away. I need an accomplice. Sheen time. Ita. I stopped Sheen as he was walking to buy lunch. Hey, Sheen. Don't you have lunch today?
うん。今日は母ちゃんが寝坊しちゃってな。
Kajan overslept today. She meta, right? Closed. Hey, would you like to go out to eat?
外か。
Outside. After looking like he was thinking for a while, he turned to me.
いいね。
Nice, isn't it? Shaw. It's just like, well then let us go, right? Because this is, ikuso, right? Ikuso? Yeah. Let's go. I can understand that one. We ran away from the back of the gymnasium out of the side of the school. Ellipses. So this diner. Oh, who are we going to catch here? So we're at like a Denny's, except it's called Cinnamon. Tea and coffee cinnamon. So kind of like, okay, so like a coffee shop kind of place. Coffee and donuts. We chose a shop that was about 3 streets away from the school. Of course, there are other restaurants besides this one, but if you are too close to the school, the teachers will find you. A store that everyone would find troublesome is just right. Or a store that is troublesome to find is just right. Well, it may not mean much to those who have a means of transportation such as cars. However, the chances of being found would be significantly lower than if you went into a store near the school.
はあ、食った食った。
So, pho and then food over to food, the food twice. Eating. Sometimes it's nice to have a thrill like this.
だな。
Like an affirmation. Masui, then. That's bad. If you don't get back early, you won't be able to make it to time for the afternoon class.
おう。
Ooh. We went back to school the same way we had come. It suddenly crept up on me and pushed me into the biggest crisis. What is it? The reason was not certain. It is composed of a direct single factor, or it is produced by a mutual interference of multiple factors. However, all I know right now is that this is the reality of the situation. There is no way to avoid this. I wait in eager anticipation to state this crisis. This might be a joke or this might be serious, I'm not sure. All I can do is whisper. All I can do. There's only 5 minutes left until the end of class. If I can endure these 5 minutes, there is some hope for improvement. I don't know, is he gonna pee himself or something? Just ask to use the restroom. Maintain the status quo. Beads of sweat overflow from my forehead. What's the health problem here? It hurts. Oh, got a hernia? What exactly did I do? I'm coming to school properly. Oh, is he getting punished for something? UA's conversation partner also does a good job. Or I'm doing a good job of being UA's conversation partner. I took a bath and got my teeth straightened. I don't know if straightened is the right thing to say. You can't just do braces. Did I forget to take out the trash? No, I did that. However, that has nothing to do with this case. The bell of hope that led me to liberation rang. Oh, that's all for today, says the teacher probably. Without hearing those words, I headed straight towards the toilet at the speed of light. Okay, so it was... Why can't you just ask to use the restroom? Like, so it wasn't pee, it was the screamers, but... Like, it's high school. I know I've done stuff like this in elementary school, where it's like I would be afraid to ask the teacher to use the restroom. This was never a problem I ever had in high school. But the final hurdle stood in front of me. A line. To be more precise, the strongest assassin that appeared from behind. Even a giant bear from Hokkaido wouldn't be able to last 10 seconds as bear humming forcibly tightened my waist. What? Although its arms are thin, the local pressure increases dramatically. Ya. Yapai. Kone Mastika? so far. Thinking about it, I turned around and faced it head on. Okay, so UA Mue, I'm begging you, let me go.
そんなに急いでどこ行くのよ。
Where are you going in such a hurry? You have to confess, I've got diarrhea. Since you're the next generation, please don't irritate my stomach any further. What does this mean? What? Well, I didn't have a chance to translate that. What was 320%? What? What was that? I don't know what that meant. An outburst in the situation would mean social death.
だからちょっとだけ待ってよ。
So just wait a minute. I understand, so get off my arm.
絶対逃げちゃダメだよ。
You must never run away. Temporary release. However, this critical situation remains unchanged. Non?
あのね、ね。
Oh, really? That really? Who did what, where, what, with whom?
今日の放課後なんだけど。
Well, it's after school today. What about? Something is now at 380%. Significantly surpassed the critical point.
放課じゃないってば、放課後。
It's not arson. Okay, so it really is arson. That is the fire. Yeah, it's not arson. It's after school, which apparently sounds similar. So it's after the arson, right?
違うってば。
The fire. That's wrong.
ともちゃん顔色悪いよ。大丈夫？
Tomo-chan, you look pale. Are you okay? 500%. Whatever that means. Outburst. 10 seconds before outburst. Yeah. Sorry. Yo, let's talk about it later.
ちょっとともちゃんってば。
It's like, wait, Tomo-chan.
ともちゃん？
Tomo-chan, kya? Yue, who was blown away, let out a small scream. Wait, did you vomit? Or did you... Which end did it come out here? I was already in a state where I couldn't see any obstacles. Following my instincts and aiming for a haven.
もうともちゃんのバカ
Tomo-chan's a baka. There we go. We got Soshite, which is and. A few seconds later, I was in a moment of bliss as if an angel had descended to me. Now I think about it, you always said something earlier. What was it? Something that's after school? I'm sure, no, I don't remember. The history of the past 10 minutes of fierce battle completely disappeared from my memory. Well, okay. If it's something important, I'll come back later. And I returned to the classroom with a joyful expression on my face.
なあ、智也。今日これから予定あるか？
Tomoya, did you have any plans for today? Homeroom was over. Sheem came to my seat and started talking. I don't think I made any special promises to Yue. No, nothing in particular, but that's it.
たまにはゲーセンでも行ってパーッと遊ばないか？他の連中も誘ってるからさ。
Why don't you go to the arcade once in a while and have some fun? I advise the others as well. When I think of the others, it's probably Aikawa, Nishino, and people like that. Well, there are always men when you want to do something.
ほら、新しい格ゲーも入ったしな。
A new game, I presume. Look, they've added a new fighting game. And as he says that, he invites me. No, I don't want to go to the arcade, though. I'm probably going to pick no. So this is go to the arcade, right? Yeah, let's go together. And this one is... I'll refrain. I'll refrain. That might be a funny scene, but there's no point to it. Sorry, I have something to do.
ま、戦略があるんだったらしょうがないか。
You just said you didn't. Well, I guess it can't be helped if you have a prior commitment. That's really bad. I'll go out with you next time.
期待しないでおくよ。
But the way he was talking, it sounded like you never do. No, I won't get my hopes up. With that said, Sheen left the classroom with the others. Well, for some reason, I felt like wandering around, so I went out to the schoolyard. The ginkgo trees in the schoolyard are starting to turn golden. Every once in a while, in the breeze, the ginkgo leaves fall one by one, or two. However, many of the leaves still remain their green color, clinging to the branches if resisting the coming season. Knowing that someday I will fall, the way each leaf clings so desperately is a sad, even precious feeling. It will fall, not I will fall. Although, if you wanted to make it edgier, it's I. Sentiment. I wasn't even at the gala, and I can't help but feel deeply about the changing events of the season. Gala is probably the wrong thing. Oh, another one fell off. A lot of words about leaves here. I follow my eyes the unreliable trajectory of the gently falling ginkgo leaves, anticipating the fate of the dead leaves, which will eventually fall to the ground. Katsatsu. I guess the point is it's supposed to foreshadow an artsy thing that's gonna come, right? Which gets you in the artsy mood. The grass never fell to the ground. But it's the wrong thing. Something like the leaf never fell to the ground. A white square ground. Leaves fell on the sketchbook instead of the ground. Her white slender fingers pick up the soybean? The leaf with such grace. It was Minamo-chan. Minamo-chan looked at the leaf for a while and put it between another page of her sketchbook. Suddenly, she turns towards me. When she saw me, Minamo-chan let out a small voice of surprise and trotted over to me.
こんにちは。
Konnichiwa, which is like good day-ish. Yo.
今朝はどうも。
Morning or something. No, thank you very much. Eh? Nani?
どうもって、私、何もしてませんよ。すごく智也さんにご迷惑をおかけして。
By the way, I haven't done anything. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience caused to Tomoya. No, not at all, not at all. It was a fun event, so I'm glad.
そうですか？
Oh, it was?
ごめんなさい。遅刻させちゃって。
Okay, kominasai. This is a Sora phrase, right? I'm sorry for making you late. No, I was late anyway. So, what was Minamo-chan doing here?
え
Eh? Yeah, Minamo-chan. I was wondering what you were doing here.
私の名前覚えててくれたんですね。
Ah, you remembered my name. Of course, there's no way I'll forget a cute girl like Minamo-chan.
そ
Oh,
れ
dear.
は子供っぽいという意味ですか？
Do you mean childish? No. I would like to express my admiration for a girl like Minamo-chan, who I don't often meet. Minamo-chan smiles at that remark.
本当にありがとうございました、ともやさん。
Thank you very much, Hongtoni. Right then, thank you very much, Tomoya-san. Oh, you remembered my name.
それは当然です。ともやさんみたいなかっこいい人、なかなかお目にかかれませんから。
That's natural. It's rare to meet someone as cool as Tomoya. This is the first time in my life that something like this has been said to my face. Oh, what a good girl, Minamo-chan. But what makes you cool? What are you doing here?
あ、はい。イチョウをスケッチしてました。
Oh, I was sketching that leaf. Sketch? Katakana? I see you are drawing a picture.
はい。前も言いましたっけ？私、美術部なんです。それで、
Yes, as I said it before, I'm in the art club, so... Art. It's the autumn of art. Bonsai.
ともやさんはここで何してたんですか？
Tomoya-san, what are you doing here? I just happen to follow the strings of plot. This is the declarative will of God. Wait.
なんだか切なそうな顔してましたね。
You look kind of sad. Eh? Did you see my sentimental face? It's written out in katakana, so the face part is also katakana. It's Sentimental face.
ともやさんは絵好きですか？
Do you like drawing, Tomoya-san? Eh?
絵
Eh, but it's a kanji. What's the eh kanji? Picture. Eh.
シーン。
What about sheen? Ah.
もうちゃんと答えてください。
Yeah, this sprite's like notably doesn't lean to the right, like it leans to the left. Now, please answer properly. Okay. So my options are I like it. And I don't really understand. But he doesn't like drawing, though. So that would be kind of a lie. So I pick I don't really understand. I wouldn't say I like it. But whatever. So, Sukiayo. Yeah, I like drawing.
そうなんですか？
And basically, is that so? Basically, so keep going. But I'm not good at it, though. That's easy to fake, right? It's easy to fake. It's easy to fake liking it. It isn't easy to fake being good at it. But to be honest, my pictures are crap.
絵を描くのにうまいも下手もないですよ。
There's no good or bad drawing when it comes to drawing. So are you going to do drawing with her like you did, like you do origami with Karumi and Never Seven? Kind of like a similar thing. Is it something like that?
そんなものです。
It's like, yes, it is. That's what it is. Why do you like drawing, Minamo-chan?
そうですね。永遠に残るものだからかな。
That's right, isn't it not right? Okay, but then... Well, it's something that will last forever. So maybe that's why, but it won't, though. Last forever.
そうです。永遠です。
It is so. It is forever.
どんなに綺麗なものでも、人でも景色でも、思い出さえも、いつかは色あせて、移り変わってゆくものでしょ？
No matter how beautiful something is, no matter how cloudy it may be, no matter how cloudy it is, no matter how cloudy it is, what the cloudiness here, it is even memories. Even memories will fade and change over time, right? But what about photographs? So by photographs make your artwork obsolete if this is the only reason for your artwork, though. Yes, that's right.
でも絵は、綺麗な瞬間を描いた人の思いを込めて、永遠に人々に伝えてくれるから。
But the picture conveys the feeling of the person who drew a beautiful moment to people forever. Yes, that's right, I think so too.
どんなものでも、時が経てば変わってしまうけど。
No matter what, things change over time.
絵なら、その時自分が感じた気持ちをいつまでも残しておけるし、見る人も描いた人の気持ちがわかるんじゃないかって。
With pictures, you can preserve the feelings you felt at the moment forever, and the viewer can also understand the feelings of the person who drew them. Yes, that's right. That is art, Mimamo-chan. Minamo-chan blushes a little and says happily to me,
よかった。ともやさんとお話できてよかった。私、体が丈夫じゃないから何度も入院して。
Good, I'm glad I was able to talk to Tomoya. I'm not physically strong, so I've been hospitalized many times. Eh?
いや、芸術ですよ、ともやさん。
Art, it's art, Tomoya-san. That's right, Mama-chan. It's art.
芸術の秋ですよね。
It is the autumn of art, isn't it? Or the season of art. Or something like that. Now, use my heart as your canvas and draw as much as you... Wait. This is the main character talking. What in the world? Use my heart as your canvas and draw as much as you like. I will always be your drawing paper. Huh? It's drawing paper.
はあ。
Huh.
私、そろそろ続きを書きますね。ありがとうございます、ともやさん。お話ししていただいて。
I'll draw the sequel soon. Thank you, Tomoya-san. Thank you for talking to me. Welcome. Show me the picture next time.
え？
Yeah? The picture.
え
Eh? With Minamo ran off towards the ginkgo. With that, Minamo ran off towards the ginkgo tree again. Oh. Another leaf fell. This time, not on a white sketchbook, but on a black ground. The barrier comes down and the train passes. Currently, it is 10:05? Oh, that's late. You're late, Ayaka. What is this commitment? Even after the appointed time, Ayaka was still nowhere to be seen at the station. Oh, it's Sunday. Wait, did the day just turn over? I don't get it. Do we skip Saturday? What's going on here? We were talking about getting on the train that just left. Well, Ayaka is also a human child. I'm about to be late, or something like I'm late too, or whatever. Sometimes I'm late, but I would like it for her to contact me. Perhaps because I wasn't used to this kind of situation, I felt depressed and didn't want to argue. Maybe it's because I'm usually the one who's late. In this very situation, I couldn't help but show my confusion. "10:15 it is now. Ayaka is still nowhere to be seen. What is going on? Tired of standing and waiting, I sat down on a nearby stone bench. Since it was Sunday morning, I often saw families at the station. I wonder where I'm going. A girl around 5 years old is walking with her parents, leading her by hand. Fukara no Yue? Smile from the heart. Okay. I can feel that from that little girl. I guess it's around that time. I met Ayaka and Yue. In fact, there's nearly 10 years, in fact, for almost 10 years, I think it's surprisingly unlikely that I'll be in the Ichi-so. But like this, whatever that means. Now I think about it, I wonder if that child has such a childhood friend. I can't help but come up with such fantasies. A smile that resembles a wry smile spread across my lips. It is now 10:25, but I still cannot see her. I can't help it. That's when I raised my hips to pick her up. What?
友やごめんね
Oh, that's when Ayaka. Okay, so that's when Ayaka shows up. I don't know what the thing. The hips and stuff were just misconjugating things, but that's when she showed up. Tomoya, I'm sorry. When I looked, I saw Ayaka running towards me.
お弁当作ってたら時間に遅れちゃってねえ許して
While I was making lunch, I was late. Please forgive me. That's what made her wait. That's very Ayaka-like and cute. It's okay because I don't have to worry about it. I answered with a bitter smile.
よかった
Good. She looks relieved. Ayaka is so funny. I wonder if it's because I'm not used to saying equalize on a daily basis. When I find myself in such a situation, I tend to feel confused. Because of this, I try my best to always be in the position to wait. On the contrary, I didn't hate Ayaka for acting like she was in that position. I don't get that, but whatever. Then let's go before it gets crowded.
そうだね。
Right, isn't it? Ayaka quickly touched my right hand. White, slightly warm fingertips. Her fingertips gently wrap around my hand. This momentary act is completely natural.
さ、早く行こう。
Come on, let's just go quickly. Ah. Ayaka. I continued to move forward, being pulled by Ayaka, even though my legs were getting stuck. The fifth. Although it's been the fifth for a while. Wait, why is this CG being used? I get on the train at the same time as usual. And I'll save here. What in the world was that? It didn't go to... It flash forwarded. And then just... It was really dreamy. And then just popped back to the sequence of days. Why did it show like a preview of Sunday? That was confusing. Wow, oh, okay. Again, the game's like tantalizing you with Ayaka. Just, you know, just that tantalizing. And for some reason I think Ayaka's the Uchikoshi girl. So, let's hide the translator thing. Bring up this menu. Save, right? And then quit game. Yes. Wait, why is this in my... That's from a flashback, right? So 2 of Ayaka from a flashback. I don't actually remember ever seeing that one. Which is odd. I completely forgot that scene where that first one even appeared. Okay. Okay, UA. We only have one of UA. Oh, and then that endworm, she's sleeping. Shion. We have the 1. Kaoru. We have the 1. Minamo, which we have the one. Koyomi, which we have one. And the other ones, right? In which we have 3 from the opening. Okay. Whoops. So these are all the soundtrack ones that we would have heard if I had the soundtrack on. Tomboy. A repeating life. Okay, interesting. One of those is probably the intro music. I presume it's the last one, the 30 seconds long one, right? Okay. No endings, of course. 19 out of 153 scenes. 14 out of 167 CGs, 16 out of 22 background musics. This is the list of endings, right? Of which we have none. List of something? Scenes? I presume these are scene titles. I'm missing a chunk in here. Interesting. Okay. That's it for now.